Yes, yes, I want to stream. I dream of streaming. I dream of streaming. She's a light brown hair. Okay. Hey there, hey everybody. Hello, hey. Uh, I would be starting at 5, but I don't want to sit here for 15 minutes waiting. So, I would like to say hello, welcome again to my little diatribe on the web. This disaster area posing as a hobby. My little corner of the internet. The little boob on the boob tube. He said boob. Little thing I like to call. Let's see if I can find. Where's the button? I can't find the button. Let's see here. Let's start with my proper opening music. Where is it? It's not in this feed. I'll be right. Just give me a second here. This is why we start early. Let me spell it out to you. It's just oh my word. It's not here either. And I hate having to go hunt for I hate having to hunt for crap. Okay, well, welcome to Spleen Squeezins. Are you excited? I feel excited. I can sense your excitement through the internet. I can feel it. I'm actually going to draw something on the interweb. And then basically I'm going to blubber and sob and beg somebody to drop something in the hat so I can buy lunch. What does it tell you about, it says something that I can obtain, I can more quickly and readily obtain a box full of Chinese food than I can get a gallon of milk or a loaf of bread delivered to my front door. Well, what does it tell you? What does that tell you? I think as a bachelor, I can get by without red meat for a while. You know what I'm saying? I've done the bologna thing here and there. I don't even have bologna at the moment. But when you're out of bread, you can't do nothing. You can't make a peanut butter sandwich. Bread. The Earl of Sandwich was the king of all bachelors, I suppose. If you can't make a sandwich, you are an unhappy bachelor. Let me tell you. It's nice music. Okay. What I'm going to do, and doggone it, the feed is barfing up again. I hate you, Internet. I hate you, YouTube. I hate you, Google. You son of a beep that's running Twitter. I'm gunning for you too. I want a T-shirt of that I get the concept GIF. Of course, I'd never wear it. I almost, I haven't worn actual, proper clothing in ages. I dress in hospital gowns and my bathrobe. Because anything else is, too small. Too small, too tight. And, a fat man with tight clothing, that's disturbing. You don't want that. You don't. Trust me on that. Okay, I don't know how I still don't know if this is too loud or too soft. I'm sort of eyeballing it here. I'm going by the little, the little bouncy green lines, and I'm starting to, like artistically interpret those bouncy little green lines. Those little bouncy green lines are going too high. I think I'll turn this one down just a little. That looks better. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. Live stream health. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Why not? There's no instructions on how to fix that. There's none. They just say, you're doing it wrong. Stop doing it wrong. And there you are. Just, again, you are shrugging. Well, apparently, Anita Sarkeesian, the nuisance of the internet, she's basically faded away. Check up on her channel. Her big feminist crusade has died. She has literally got 0.5% of the viewers she used to have. 0.5%. Well, my viewership rates suck all the time. So hey, I'm good. Unjudgingly suckitude. But miss, everything is sexist and you have to point it out. That's her actual phrase. That was verbatim. She sat up in an interview. She said all of this stuff is sexist and you have to point it out. I'm like, yeah, I'm so tired of sexism being I'm so tired of feminism and sexism being the only topic that anybody's talking about or that you can talk about. It was old and tired when it started 10 years ago. It's old and tired now. It was old and tired in the 60s. You think women haven't been a pain in the ass since the dawn of time? Hey, look, come on. If we're going to gripe about the stupidity of feminism, we're going to have to gripe about women. Because it ain't the men that invented feminism. There's all sorts of men who agree with feminism, loudly enthusiastically because they think that'll get them sex. Now, I really got nobody to talk to right now here. In the first like 10, 15 minutes, there's not going to be anybody here. This is Saturday. It's 4 in the afternoon. It's 10 till 5, actually. You've surely found something better to do with your time. Go to a restaurant, go to a movie, More of the usual, it's always more of the same. I'm a little tired of being more of the same. What does my broadcast consist? Consists of rehashing stuff that I've seen on the internet. Because it's not like I go out. It's not like I can go out. So, to either gripe about my health like an old fart, gripe about things immediately in my line of sight, which is personally degrading my my house and myself, and just or gripe about stuff on the news. There you have it. Complain about the weather full time. It's getting cold out here. It's getting harder to stay warm too. I'm starting to discover I've got several drafts in my house that I didn't know about. Get one windy day and all of a sudden you notice icy breezes blowing through. I'm gonna be going later and just try and staple up some plastic sheets in various corners. Try and but last year what I did to try and stay warm while I was on the computer, I did this to stay warm and to stay cool. I hung a tent of plastic over my computer corner. It was me, the computer, and the air conditioner or the heater. And after a while, it got ready to. I tore it down, and the temperatures were fairly moderate, so I didn't bother with replacing it. But now it's getting seriously chilly, especially in the evenings, and I don't have any plastic to replace to remake my little warmth tent anymore. I'm out, and I'm going to have to order more through online apparently, because I can't find any. For those who want to know, I went ahead and hung up another help wanted sign in my window. Hopefully somebody will come by who isn't a junkie or a crook. Haven't seen anybody yet, period. It used to be you never what do I know about what it used to be? I used to be, back when I knew about this stuff, I was the one who was doing odd jobs and mowing lawns and crap. So what am I? Who am I to talk? So I don't know how easy it was to hire somebody to do something. I know I was working dirt cheap. $5, $10. You try and pay somebody $5 to mow a lawn today. Crap, you try and pay most people to mow a lawn for $5 back then, and they'd laugh at you. And even as cheap as I was going, I couldn't find anybody that wanted to hire me to mow their lawn or rake their lawn or anything else. It was unbe-frickin-leavable, let me tell you. Really not sure what to do. I'm sitting here thinking about what I'd really like to have to eat. That's what I'm doing. I've been sitting here eating. Well, basically, I've got some Chef Boyardee cans of spaghetti, but that crap is it's mostly marinade. It's basically really sloppy soup. And so I boil up. I have pasta, so I boil. I don't have anything you really add to the pasta, but I boil the pasta and I add a can of the Chef Boyardee to give it the sauce, and a couple of meatballs and stuff, and it tastes just about as horrible as it sounds, but it's edible at least. I have a couple of cans of tuna, I think. I could, this is our family recipe for tuna casserole. Boil the noodles, add a can of cream of mushroom or cream of chicken, throw in some tuna. Voila. It's like the internet hates me. I'm going on here. I go on Facebook, and they're advertising these box, basically a candy of the month club where they send you, it depends on what subscription you pay, but they say every month they send you these boxes of different kinds of candy, and they show you what I'm sitting there. I go on Amazon.com and they're advertising big boxes of candy bars, and I'm talking full-sized Snickers and Twixes and things, And you can subscribe to that on Amazon too, have them send it to you every month, every 2 months, whatever. And I'm like, I'm looking around. They actually have steak on Amazon.com, but it's arm, leg, price of your immortal soul, lease on your free will, a lease to own on your free will to live. And you can get a gallon of milk on Amazon.com. You can get a gallon of fresh milk delivered to your house, but it costs $20. I've talked about this before too, so and I'm like, I think what I'm planning to do, I'm going to go ahead. Finally going to do it. I'm going to buy a bread making machine. I can actually order bulk flour through. If you've got bread, you can slap just about anything between two slices of bread, and get by. Sandwich, the meal of the bachelor. But without the bread, not much you can do. I mean, I have got literally a dozen, something like close to a dozen jars of various jams, jellies, and preserves my mother has given to me. But I haven't got anything to spread the stuff on. I currently don't have a dime to spend. Gone. I spent day after day after week after waiting, trying to contact the girl that does ob jobs for me and get her to show up here. She promised she'd show up today. 2 days ago. She promised she'd show up Wednesday, and she never showed. She wouldn't answer her phone. She wouldn't answer her email. She wouldn't answer, her text message. Nothing. So I have no idea what happened, and I'm left stuck up doo-doo creek. So I end up frittering away my money on fast food places, because those are the only people who will deliver actual food to my front door. If I wanted to live on junk food, I could get all sorts of things delivered to my front door. But if I want actual meat and vegetables and fruit and bread and milk, no. You can just sit there and starve, little Timmy. You haven't walked into our store. We don't like you. butt's hurting. I'm really not, but seriously, I'm going to invest in a bread maker. They're as cheap as $50. They cost as little as $50. And, I don't even have a toaster, but I want a bread maker. Oh, Ben. Yes, a commission of a picture of Bayleaf and Hemlock dancing in that nightclub? I'll go for it. If I'd have been smarter, I wouldn't have. Okay, I got a Wild Wild Weezer. Come Heller Helheim. What is this? I'm just looking. I got a message from Wild Wild Weezer. That's his name is Wild Wired Weasel. It could have been Peter Paper picked up peppers. Oh, what is this? What is this? Oh, guy made a colorized version of the. Let me show you this. This is the colorized version of one of the commissions I did for him. A sort of a cobra lady. I'm not sure how I would color it differently, but I don't know. He's shooting for a red-green color combination, schematic, I think. Well. Zippity dippity. Okay. Got commissions from him. Got, let's see. I'm looking. I'm flipping through stuff here. PayPal, yes please. www.rhjunior.com. rhjunior01@gmail.com. Here. Text. Text. I'll leave it up here in this corner. For anybody who wants to, PayPal me or send me an email or that sort of thing, right there. Okay, there we go. Hooray. $50. Okay. Let's see. Commission of... okay. Okay. Move this. I'm going to move it over to the files. Move to commissions. A commission of Hemlock and Bayleaf. Alright, let's see. Where'd the program go? Where'd I put the program? Program's here. Program's there. I think the problem is, I think that the OBS program just doesn't want to share the screen with any other program. I don't know. Because, you know, I usually have to start up the program about a half hour before I intend to go on the air, just to get through all the jams and, you know, and locking up and refusing to work with, you know, and just to deal with Firefox freezing up and waiting for the program to boot up itself, and you get the idea. All right, there we go. All right, so just give me a second. One of the screws is loose in my desk. It's a wooden screw, and you know. This desk is you know, it's all plywood, basically fiberboard. And it's starting to slowly commit Harry Carey. Just no, I know it's actually supposed to be the actual word for the suicide thingy is seppuku. So I wonder what Harry Carey is. The holes for the screws are just stripping out. That's all. But. In other updates, they're finally updating the Worgen models in World of Warcraft. If you're a fan of World of Warcraft, or you know, that's kind of actually. Well, it's kind of actually big, you know, good news anyway. You know, not big news, but pretty big news. Because the Worgen models, they're really outdated, and it shows. The Worgen faces, the male and female Worgen faces, they both are stuck in a perpetual snarl. You know, and it doesn't really look good. I've actually been thinking about doing a drawing of this, of that one scene. Anyway, they're finally updating it, giving more expressive faces, better, better physical structure. The whole 9 yards. They've only shown the female models, but even that's a big improvement. Everybody sort of torqued about the female models for some reason. A lot of people, they look like chihuahuas. Why do all the female Worgans look like chihuahuas? Chihuahua face. Well, my opinion was they looked way better than the male Worgan did. Is the male Worgan are drawn, among other things, with a permanent snarl and with tusks. That always, just it's always the little petty things that get on your nerves, This is interesting. 1/5 of China's homes are empty. That's 50 million apartments. And this doesn't surprise me, at least. I mean, they've literally got entire ghost cities in China, and in pretty much every other country that is Soviet-run, socialist-run country. Pretty much every country that's been run by a socialist government has these abandoned. This is what happens when you get to centralized planning. The Soviet comes in and they have all these grand visions of the great communist utopia, and they build cities where there's no need for it, and then try and coerce people into filling it up, and it's just and it doesn't work. Look at North Korea. Their own capital city is part ghost town because all the empty, pointless construction projects they engaged in. Some of the ugliest architecture known to man up there. I saw the coolest thing. I saw there is this IKEA bed. It's actually a double bunk bed, but it also can be with almost no work. There's a guy that demonstrated. He turned it into both his son and his daughter both have one, and they have their own double bunk bed, and it has a little camper top on it, and it has a little a tent sort of on it, and the bottom part can be either another mattress, or it can be a little play area, or a little little work desk, or both. And it basically he rebuilt it. He turned them into little castles. The boys is a fantasy castle, and the little girls is a princess palace. And I'm like, and he was going on, this is an IKEA product that you can easily convert into these things for your kids. And I'm like, forget the kids, get me one. I want one. I wish I knew where it was. I wish I remember where I saw that image. It's probably on Facebook. Now I'm tempted to order my bread maker. But let's see here. Trying to determine. I'm trying to pick out a very cheap meal order. What I really want to do with this money, what I want to do is run down to the grocery store. Or have somebody run down to the grocery store. Hold on just a minute. I'm gonna try call that girl one more time. Saturday, damn it. She isn't free now. She's not gonna be free anytime. Okay, I'll be right back. Well, her phone number is no longer connected, or has been changed, or is out of service. Yippee-ki-yay. Okay, let's see now. Another thing that sort of disappointed me about the Worgen when I first saw them is that they don't have tails. They don't, which is I don't know. Hands are kind of wobbly. Also, layer. Need to add a new layer anyway. Undo. Ugh. Drawing digitigrade legs adds an interesting level of challenge to laying out how they look while they're dancing. You talk about these, plantigrade versus digitigrade, and so on and so forth, and you got all these experts who come out experts, God help us, who come out and talk about, oh, they could never walk like that with with a tail. The tail would throw their balance off, and they wouldn't be able to walk like that. And or they told you you couldn't walk properly on digitigrade legs, and blah 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 blah. And talking about things they don't know a damn thing. Pardon my language, but they don't know a rat's ass about. That they are certainly not going to be testing in a laboratory anytime soon. And quite frankly, I have seen actual footage of dogs that, pets, dogs particularly, that lost their hind legs or were born without front legs. Same difference in the end. But, and these dogs have learned to walk on their hind legs. It's weird looking as hell, but again, pardon my language, but it's unusual looking at first, but yeah, they get around just fine. I love these people. They tell you a dragon could never fly; they would be too heavy. And yeah. According to the science numbers they did, bumblebees shouldn't be able to fly. Just the point being is that consider the possibility, contemplate the possibility that your models of the universe might be just a teensy weensy bit incomplete. Know what I'm saying? No, that's not right. They're bent too far. I know what's wrong. What I do? Maybe I ought to start doing commissions for pizzas. Order me a pizza on Papa John's and I'll do you a picture. Of course, then you'd have people sending me things like Limber and, Limburger and little fishies. Can't believe I've forgotten what the anchovies. You said free drawing for a pizza. Yeah. I could have one day, or I could have one day where somebody everybody sends me a pizza, and I've got like 15 pizzas waiting for me at the front door. This doesn't quite look right. Let's see here. Try. No. I just wanted a green. Also, she's supposed to be a warrior. More athletic than that. Broader shoulders. More muscular build. I spend more time erasing than I do drawing. That doesn't look good either. It just doesn't. Pose is all wrong. It's easy to forget some of the more issues of dynamic anatomy. Like where muscles and bones go, how a person standing distributes their weight. Bern Hogarth. Look that name up. If you're into art, if you're into doing art, look up Bern Hogarth's Dynamic Anatomy. It's one of the older books. It's not a brand new book. In fact, it's been around for a few years. But that guy, you know, he forgot more about art than most people learned. You know what I'm saying? About drawing human anatomy. He, you know, you know, people when he first wrote his book, people were like, you know, you need a live model standing there to get it right. And then he'd go up on a chalkboard, boom, 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 and he'd draw without even looking over his shoulder at anyone. And I guess again, just by knowing the relationship of the muscles to each other and the bones and it's not really a, I don't know if it's a let me save what we got here as a starter. Commission, let's see, it's good for who? Good for who? Who's it's? With the who's it's and who went to where with the ha. Where'd the page go? Ah, there it is. Just got a charitable commission from Mr. Benchkar of Hemlock and Bailiff on her birthday outing to that dance club. And is at least getting the preliminary sketches down here first. Let's see here. That's what I've been doing mostly today. Just sketching. You ever heard that song Despacito? I watched the video and then I read the transcript of the the English translation. Oh man, raunchy. It sounds all sultry and and all that. And you listen to it, it's got this is really nice. Despacito, and then you go and find out what they're saying, and then you see the video, and you're like, ah, that was a trifle more salacious than what I was expecting. I'm trying to draw this so it doesn't come across too salacious here. I need to get more pictures of. I need to get some reference pictures of people, dancing at clubs. Of course, from what I've heard lately, what they call dancing at club, we used to do. My generation does horizontally. Okay. I heard there was the joke is that the first time that the tango. The first time the tango was introduced to Great Britain, they asked one of the I forget who it was. They asked what they thought of it. And he said we do that in England too, only horizontally. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a little bitty minute and I'm going to order dinner. I would so much rather. I tried. I called her. Her number's her number's disconnected. But I'm gonna order a little dinner, and then I'm gonna. Ow. I'm trying to figure out what would be the best deal. Try and order a trying to get the maximum amount of food for the minimum amount of money, basically. I'll say this, Papa John's has started doing sub sandwiches, you know. The problem is that their sub sandwich for $8 is not as large as the sub sandwiches from Smitty's Pizza right here in town. You know, this little local franchise. Man, it is black as the inside of a cat out here. It is so dark, and it's only 5:51. And I hate daylight savings. I really do. Let's see. Excuse me. They've also brought back their double cheeseburger pizza. I've had it. It's, you know, it's not something you want every night, let me tell you. Tomatoes and pickles and hamburger, you know, and burger sauce instead of marinara. Yeah, they got three sauces for pizzas with Papa John's. They got barbecue sauce. Yum, nom, nom, nom. Let's see. I remember reading somewhere that a large pizza was more than 2 mediums. I don't know. I'd have to do the math. They don't advertise the sizes. Let's see here. Let's see here. First of all, let's see what sizes the pizzas are in. This is where your grade school, you know, this is where your geometry actually has applications. Let's see, size pizza. It doesn't say what the size is. No, it says small, medium, large, and extra large. It doesn't say the inches. It'll tell you the calories and the number of slices, but it won't tell you... Oh, that's a crock. Gluten-free pizzas. Okay. This is the interesting thing. Gluten-free, the only person that needs to worry about gluten in their diet is somebody with celiac disease. And here they say, gluten-free crust. And it says down here, not recommended for customers with celiac disease, as pizzas may be exposed to gluten during the preparation process. So in other words, they're just, the only person that can eat these things is the health freaks who don't need it. Okay, that's brilliant. Most food for the least cash. Oh man, all sorts of crap apparently is breaking loose in Florida. They finally caught one of the shysters down there playing shenanigans with the votes. And what a surprise, it was the Democrats. And they got protesters out there chanting, "Lock her up, lock her up." Yeah, this Florida election chief is she her butt's roasted on a spit. Let me tell you. And I'm like, finally, I wondered if I was going to die of old age before I saw anybody who paid a price for monkeying with our voting system. Sometimes I wonder. It's really testing to your faith when you see wicked people just blatantly getting away with their wickedness over and over and over and over again. They're having to do a full Secretary of State. The Secretary of State ordered a recount for both the Senate and governor's races in Florida. Oh, wing ding, wing a dinga. They're saying here that Trump is threatening to pull the funds for the California wildfires. On the ground, he said it was on the ground. I've seen the Twitter. He said it's on the grounds. They're mismanaging it, and yeah, I've known that for years. it's a disaster. It's the decisions about how to handle the forest in that area are being handled by eco activists, not people who know what the heck they're doing. Among other things, they shut out they shut out the lumber companies. The lumber companies were supposed to go up in those woods and thin them out because they get monstrously overgrown. And also to cut, and the lumber companies would also cut access roads through them to make it, possible to handle forest fires in a timely fashion. But no, 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 mustn't touch the trees. They weren't even allowed to cut down the dead ones that were infested with beetles. And so you had entire, thousands of acres of dead trees dripping with, just, dry as dust and soaked with pitch and ready to go up with a single matchstick. And that's why they keep having those fires out there. It's because these activists throw a temper tantrum every time somebody picks up an axe and tries to cut down a dead tree. Oh my. I'm trying not to yield to temptation here. I'm thinking through things here. Is Kid Win going to get a victory? I haven't had much time for Kid Win to be on stage in either of my comics, in either of the Worm fan fictions I'm doing. In both of those, in both comics, he's this is the one thing is that canonically, Kid Win is having trouble for two different reasons. In the original story, he's having trouble. He's a tinker, which means basically his superpower is technically inventing stuff. What it is basically his power is basically downloaded all this alien tech, and all this information about alien technology into his brain, and he has to interpret it. The problem is, first of all, is that he has a condition similar to dyslexia. This actually exists. It's a condition. I forget what the name of it is called, but it's like dyslexia except for numbers. And you can imagine what having trouble doing basic math would be for somebody who's inventing futuristic technology. Second of all, he's got that. He's also got supposedly got a case of ADHD, and he also is struggling because he had to figure out what his specialty is. Tinkers in the worm universe, they generally have some sort of specialization. For instance, one tinker will have a particular knack for hydrotechnology, water, fluid hydrodynamics, fluid technology, that sort of thing. Another one will have a natural knack for cybernetics. Another one will have one for energy fields and force fields, and so on and so forth. And Kid Win hasn't figured out what his particular specialty is, because well, what it actually is that he has his specialization is modular technology. As in, instead of making one big invention, he makes several smaller inventions that can be put together into different orientations and stuff. That's and he hasn't quite figured that out yet. And it's a given with any worm fan fiction that Kid Win gets told what his specialization is, or somebody comes along and helps him figure it out somehow, or especially Taylor as the main protagonist, she helps him figure it out by accident, that kind of thing. But like I said, Kid Win hasn't had enough on stage time, really, yet. So he hasn't really, kicked things up a notch yet. Dyscalculia. That's it. Thank you. One of the things I gotta say is the first time I looked through Worm, I was like, these are the lamest power sets I've ever heard of. I loved how in the first several chapters, of Worm, Taylor goes around moaning and moping because she's got this weak, wimpy, I control bugs power. As in, she can control every insect within like the radius of a city block, and that's just when she's starting out. And if you know anything about insects, you know how many insects that is and what kind of things they include. So she's got this this basically unlimited control. She can control all of them perfectly. She can just and she can, no matter how many, as long as they're in range, she can control them. But meanwhile, you've got other superheroes who have got some of the most hobbled superpowers that you've ever heard of. I mean, we're talking rejects from the Legion of Superheroes kind of powers. You got Clock Blocker. Yes, he picked that name out himself. His power is that he can freeze things in time, which sounds really cool, right? But he has to, first of all, he has to touch it with his bare hand. He can't control how long the object is frozen in time. It's frozen in time relative to the surface of the Earth. Let's put the, so it's not like he touches something and goes, zipping off due east at 1,000 miles an hour. He can make things freeze in time, but he has to touch them. He can't control how long they're frozen in time. It can be anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes. And he can't use his power on himself. Which doesn't sound like a big problem, but if he's being attacked by, by a villain intent on pounding him into paste, all he can do is, the best he can do is freeze his uniform and just stay there, imprisoned in his own uniform while the guy pounds away on it and hope that one of his teammates drags the guy off him before the power wears off. He can't render himself invincible. He can't even temporarily invulnerable or anything like that. In order to be any use, he has to run up and run up to a supervillain and play tag with them. And we're talking a world where there are supervillains who bleed acid, or who have skin that's on fire, or who can absorb you through their flesh. So he's kind of got a shitty power. Pardon my French. And his circumstances are pretty much the same for most of the superheroes, especially in the on the team. They have what's at first sounds like a cool power, but then you find out all the limitations that they have to deal with. Now, one of the things in canon is that capes, when they get their power, they go through what they call a trigger event. It's basically the most traumatic and basically the worst day of their lives. It causes them to trigger with powers. And one other thing is that if circumstances are right and they are traumatized again, they can have a secondary trigger which removes some of the limitations on their power. And and that's even more rare, and it's incredibly unpredictable. I have this big delicious order I could make right here. Okay. ordering dinner. Just a moment. Did I enter the buttons, enter the numbers, clicky. Okay. Okay, it's probably a bit more than I should have ordered, but with any luck I'll be able to. Yeah, theoretically, Arms Master, yeah, assuming that Arms Master was willing and able to learn the science behind Azeroth Azeroth Magitech. It's going to be one of those stories where you spend a great deal of time convincing her, yes, we call it magic, it's real, it works. I had some guy comment that, you know, when I had you know, I had that little scene between Strider, the teleporter, and Sparky, the mage. It is canon. There is a character in Wyrm called Myrdin, which Myrdin. That's another spelling of Merlin. And Myrdin, it never says specifically what his powers are, but it states that he goes around insisting that he is a real wizard. And nobody believes him. So, you know, and so you can get where he's coming from when Strider said, you know, when Strider is talking to Chardin and Sparky, and Sparky starts going on about you know, about having to adjust the magic, you know, having to adjust the spells in just such a way, and Strider's, oh yeah, oh good grief, you know, another one. Yep. That's basically how the actual powers work. What it is that you had two titanic alien space beings, sort of trans-dimensional space beings, giant. They're referred to as giant space whales by most fans, and their thing is that they travel, their species travels throughout the universe. They find inhabited worlds. They land on those worlds and in a parallel dimension, hidden in a hidden dimension, and proceed to dump basically space whale dandruff on them, which is the shards. And the shards give whoever they bond to superpowers. And the idea being is that it's a titanic experiment. They dump these shards on the people of the planet. The people of the planet use them in new and innovative ways. The shards take the notes, and record everything. And then when the people wielding the powers die, the shards go back to the space whales and give them all that information. And eventually, when the concentration of superpowered natives gets large enough, the two space whales basically kill everybody on the planet, harvest all the shards at once, and then blow up the planet and all its dimensional counterparts to launch themselves into space and on their way to the next meal. And the idea being is that if there's enough spare energy and enough shards have flourished and reproduced, they'll have enough to reproduce and send off another one of their own species. It's their reproductive cycle, but it's also a gigantic experiment that they've been running for millions and millions of years. They're trying to find a way to beat entropy. They're trying to find a way where they figured out ages ago, millennia ago, millions of years, they figured out that the universe was eventually going to run out of energy, run down, and die. And being as they are immortal, they don't like that much. So they're trying to find a way out, a way to cheat the ultimate law. Do the ultimate cheat on physics and figure out a way to beat entropy. Of course, other writers have pointed out. One writer I liked. I can't remember his name. He's a very controversial fan fiction writer, and a lot of the controversy is the fact that he's been accused of all sorts of things, ridiculous things, but he has a very I believe he's Mormon. But he is very conservative and very religious, or fairly religious, and he hits fan fiction stories from very unusual angles and perspectives. One thing he pointed out, for instance, he wrote what was his name? But he wrote fan fiction. It's still unfinished. It's called Stepping on Worm. It was based on a create your own adventure. They do these things. I don't know if you've seen them. CYOA, create your own adventure stories. The idea being is that it's a writer's challenge. They give you, they'll post this thing and it'll have the premise. A list of powers you can buy, the premise, the setting, a list of powers you can buy, and advantages you can buy, and a budget you can use to buy those powers with. And you can also buy handicaps that give you more points and so on and so forth. And then they give you, and then they challenge you to write a story based on this. And even if you don't write them, they're fun. Fun intellectual exercise, mental exercise to read some of them. But anyway, one of these was a CYOA for Worm. You picked out the setting, you picked out the circumstances, and This guy wrote "Stepping on Worm." He bashed the heck out of the worm, the original worm canon. He says, I try to remember how he phrases it exactly. He says, "Worm is a superhero fanfiction setting for those of you who were curious about the self-cutting scene, but didn't want all that messy bleeding." Or as I put it, so grimdark it shits bats. Anyway, one of the premises that he changed up the initial canon a little bit for his own writing, and changed some of the little bit of the setting. For one thing, he wrote his version. There is no cauldron because one of the space whales didn't crash. But and that changes a lot. Butterfly effect changes certain things about who has certain powers and certain power blocks, described in the Wormverse, that kind of thing. But very interesting attention to detail. Well, his supposition is that these aliens, for all their cosmic knowledge, they have the V'ger problem. They cannot conceive. They are entirely materialistic. They cannot even conceive of a supernatural, of anything that lies outside of the natural laws of physics and the universe. So the idea of, for instance, a world where magic exists, for them it does not compute. It's not even a glitch on their system. They can't even comprehend it. And what he does, his protagonist arrives in Brockton Bay as a teenage boy with no powers, and he proceeds to munchkin his way into a ridiculous level of powers, just using the basic rules of the CYOA and of the system. And what he does, he contacts Uber and Leet. And his suggestion is to build a machine that will let them transfer their mind into the actual, into, for instance, the world. He starts out with the World of Warcraft, and then branches out into Star Wars, Dungeons and Dragons, and so on and so on. And so he basically talks them into collaborating with him on this project, where they build a machine that literally enables them to transfer themselves over into another universe where magic exists, but where the supernatural and magic actually are. But the consequence is that the space whales and the shards cannot they, as far as they see, they're just building a bridge off into the void, so to speak. And since Leet's shard hates Leet and wants to kill him, that is canon too. It cooperates. And what they don't realize is that Uber, Leet, and the protagonists actually make the jump, but the shards don't. They're killed. And when they come back, they have literally munchkined their way through and gotten all the power sets from this fantasy world. And then the protagonist goes back in, gets boots himself up into the world of Dungeons and Dragons, boots himself up into the world, and so on. So he just basically munchkins himself into insane levels of power. Pure Lionheart, that's his name. For some reason, he generates a lot of hostility and hate on the fanfic forums. I don't know what his story was. His writing is, it's, well, for me, it's, it's often good, but sometimes it's just a guilty pleasure. He was the fellow that I cribbed the notes from on writing about the consequences, the unexpected consequences of having the Endbringers. This I have to admire about him. He doesn't just speculate about the immediate consequences of having kaiju roaming the oceans or burrowing in the bowels of the earth. He extrapolated outward. I was very impressed with his reasoning. He pointed out, first of all, follow the logic. The Endbringer Leviathan shows up. Shipping, one of the major method of transporting goods in the world right now, in the modern world, is shipping by boat. And suddenly, that becomes an incredibly high-risk proposition. The international market basically crumbles. And he points out that the changes that this would make to society, well, let's put it this way. Wildbow, the original author, didn't really portray these things. Despite everything, he didn't put much attention to detail, so to speak. But Pure Lionheart, he pointed out, okay, first of all, think about this. Without major shipping, without international shipping, you've got chocolate suddenly becomes incredibly rare. Chocolate, coffee, rubber. Because quality latex and rubber, it still has to come from the old rubber tree. Truth. They can make synthetics now that substitute for most of it, but they still need that. And then, of course, no oil means gas. The drop in oil production means international oil trade means the price of gas and oil products like plastics goes through the roof. And what's one of the luxury items that we took for granted suddenly become rare and expensive. And what's one of the most common luxury items made from petrochemicals? Oh, latex. Like the kind you find in condoms. Also, a great number of medicines and various types of medical equipment are produced from petrochemicals. People, hospitals, society are going to get very, very frugal with those particular chemicals. They're not going to be too happy about wasting them on a young woman who wants to, uh, have an abortion and and get rid of her mistake from last month, or a young man who has to come in with a burning rash and use up a bunch of their penicillin. So the consequence being is that the free love movement suddenly gets kind of expensive. And a lot of social mores start getting walked backwards to a more frugal time. These are these are things he pointed out that few writers took into consideration, or even no writers took into consideration, and few mentioned. They would mention the gas prices are a little higher, or some technology isn't available, or the biggest thing they talk about in most fan fictions is there's no anime since Kyushu sank. And he points out unexpected connections. So I gotta give him props for thinking outside of the box. All these people who accept, we've got the generation growing up now. They take the way things are right now for granted. They assume it's always been as sexually licentious as it is today. They assume it's always been, that condoms have always been dirt cheap and available from a vending machine in any bathroom. That public schools handed them out for free. They assume that they assume that society has always been around with a couple of bottles of penicillin if you developed a really unpleasant rash. Suggesting to them that could change. Suggesting to them that could change is like blasphemy. You talk about people about living in the past, and they think, oh, living in a log cabin and pooping in a little house out back. Now, that's as far as they think of it. They've never contemplated what it's like to live in a time when the sun goes down. Boom, that's it. It is dark. They've never contemplated what it's like, as if you get if you go out and get frisky with one of the neighbor girls and get some nasty disease, that you're going to have to live with it the rest of your life, because there's no such thing as penicillin. Or, a big surprise, she comes back and she's got a nice big round belly. And there's no quick, easy cheat code like Planned Parenthood waiting for you. That's what gets me about these people. Look, the advent of public and open homosexuality was a cresting wave in front of the sexual revolution. Once all the you know once you could get all the sex you wanted, uh, people once you reached a point where you could get all the sex you wanted, people were going to start demanding that you get all the kinds of sex you wanted: straight, gay, bi, whatever. Are you following what I'm saying here? That one form of licentiousness led to another. And what gets me is that these, and you think about it, these characters, these protagonists in this story are living in a time uh, where, like he pointed out, international shipping is done for. National production has come nowhere near to catching up with it. Seasonal differences mean that you don't get fresh fruit of any kind you want all year round, and things like and the luxury of being a sexual libertine is no longer an easy, free, cost-free option. Well, a society that has decided not to tolerate open sexual promiscuity is not going to tolerate homosexual promiscuity with any more favor. Especially considering that homosexuality is a much more virulent disease vector. And again, like I pointed out, the medicines that we take for granted as being available in bulk at all times would be a little scarce on the ground. So the habit of writing these fan fictions where they're living in a world of, well, basically privation, and yet everybody's running around free loving and sexually licentious, as if it was the 60s at its roaring peak. Yeah, doesn't follow. Okay. Do you think that Leet could create a machine to mass-produce rare non-baryonic compounds? Well, it's supposedly a given that he can build one of anything once. It's also a given that Dragon, the AI character in the story, she's also a cape herself. She's a tinker, and her specialty is the ability to reverse engineer tinker devices and mass produce them. So, can you say we should get these two people together? Yes, I thought you could. But if you're going to be a rules lawyer, you'd have to say, yeah, Leet probably could once at least. But whether he can, whether it's literally, narratively feasible for him to simply just, magic up whatever you need, one of anything. Consider this, is that one of his running fundamental problems is that he can build one of anything, but again, his shard hates him because he's very cautious and he avoids risks, and that drives the shard up the wall. His shard hates him and wants him dead, which is why his even the stuff that he makes well tends to go kaboom on the slightest excuse. So could he succeed at it? Hard to say. It would be too easy of a cheat, I think. As it is, they're pulling ridiculous. As it is, they're already pulling ridiculous cheats and workarounds out of nowhere. Just ordered a good bit of food. It'll probably be my dinner tonight, and maybe if there's leftover, breakfast tomorrow. I have got to find a way to get to a grocery store. Or just... I'm gonna plex on that forever until it's solved. That's what I do. Gripe and moan until it changes. Not that I think my griping and moaning changes, I just gripe and moan until it's changed, Like a cat waiting for his food dish. Meow, 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 plop, meow, meow. Oh, there it is. I'm sure that if I went trawling through the titanic writing project that is Canon Worm, I could probably find where what reason there is, the given reason why the capes already in existence haven't produced this synergy. Why they haven't, just, all started, if just one or two of them start working together and all of a sudden they're accelerating towards, the singularity or something. But, for those who don't know what the singularity is, do you know what the singularity is? There are these transhumanists. These people, it's practically a religious conviction. They believe that man will eventually progress to a point where his they believe that man's technology will eventually reach a point where it will basically transcend that we will reach a point where basically it will become indistinguishable from magic. That eventually we'll reach a point where they base this on the fact, among other things, that processing power for computers seems to double every so many years. I forget how many years. 5, 10, 20, who knows. And that technological process seems to be accelerating. Well, and that, they think eventually we'll reach a point where, we shall be as unto gods, I suppose. And, and reality will be a perfect technological paradise. I can point out one fundamental problem with their belief. They're making a very serious error of assumption. They are assuming that the curve we are on, the technological curve we are on, they are assuming. I've seen people make this mistake on these on this sort of thing all the time. They are assuming that the curve on the graph will continue up into infinity. You get people who talk about human population, or climate control, or any of a number of social phenomena, social or environmental or scientific phenomena, and they all seem to assume that because the curve is going up, that it'll continue to get steeper and steeper and climb higher and higher into infinity. And the problem is you don't see that in nature. You never see it in nature. What you see is one of two things: either the curve goes up and up and up and up until eventually it goes bang and drops back down, or it forms a bell curve where it goes up and up and up really fast, and then it starts to slow down, it levels out, and then eventually it goes and drops back down. That's the most that's what's common in the physics of the universe. It's a pattern repeated on all scales. And the idea that humanity will just keep making computers that are so smart that they think that they'll reach a point we'll make a computer that's so smart it can make a smarter computer than itself. And then eventually the computers will just keep making smarter and smarter computers. And, techno-utopia. Doesn't work like that. The universe doesn't work like that. We can't reach a singularity. Because a singularity is a mathematically impossible concept. It's a mathematical concept, not a physical one. There is no free ride to infinity. Can't get there from here, so to speak. Okay, I am now hungry, and I am waiting for my dinner. I'm sitting here. This electric heater I have, it's supposed to be a garage heater. It's supposed to be enough to heat up a garage, and it's not keeping my trailer warm. It's getting chilly, and I'm sitting here. I've got the sleeve of my bathrobe hanging over the heat vent, so that the hot air blows up inside my bathrobe. Makes me toasty. I really need to find something to make a a, a climate tent again over my desk. But I'm out of the materials I used the last time. I had this cheap, huge sheet of plastic that I used, and I think I threw it. I'm pretty positive I threw it all away. I haven't found any. Gonna mail order some more. Way I can make a little plastic tent over the heater, the computer, and me, and just stay warm while the rest of the house goes frosty. My bedroom, I've managed to pop a couple of electric heaters in there. It stays nice and toasty as long as I keep it sealed up. But it's got a real bad draft in there somewhere. I gotta find the staple gun and take some plastic. Nail it, cover that draft up, so I don't freeze my face off in the middle of the night. Bad circumstance. I don't understand people who can, I just bundle up and sleep in bed. I can't sleep with my face cold. I can't. I can't sleep with my face freezing off. And I can't sleep with my head under the covers either, because the air gets stuffy and sort of gets oxygen depleted. Man, if I'd have been just like a few IQ points smarter as a kid, I'd love to go back and show myself some ideas. If I'd have been a smart kid, it would have occurred to me, the next time I get some buy myself. I think my thing's here. Hello. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm coming. Tally ho! I have returned. Oi! My Lehman! Okay, does anybody else have a topic they'd like to talk about? This is where I beg the audience for something to say something. And, you know, to break the silence and tell me something that's on their mind. Speak already! Speak! Lunch out of there. Whew. I'm just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just tossing stuff out here. What is this? What is this? Just get spoons here. Getting a lovely collection of napkins. Fellowship of Heroes, you mean? I don't know. It's one of those ideas that sounded good on paper. It sounded good, but I realized there wasn't much behind it. There wasn't much story there. There wasn't much there. I didn't really have a story to fill it in with, you know? And, I don't know, maybe I just really didn't have it in me to do a story about the trials and tribulations of a Christian trying to be a superhero. Any message I might have been trying to send would have either blotted the story out or been lost in the noise. A lot of ideas that I've had over the years, well, they ran their course. My would-be novel, I can't even remember the name. That tells you everything you need to know. The Sanguine Chronicles. I looked at it and gone over it, and I realized I really didn't have anything more than the opening joke, which is basically that it was nothing but a snide shot across the bow at the whole vampire, you know, sparkle vampire thing. And beyond the questionable novelty of a half vampire, half werewolf, which apparently everybody under the sun has been doing as well, I didn't have anything there. It was just another gripey, moany teenage guy. In the original, so I don't remember them developing much into the rivalry between Dauntless and Armsmaster, except to mention it once. As I recall, Dauntless died in the Leviathan attack. Wildbow did a thing. Wildbow's thing was that he randomly picked who lived and died. He rolled dice and stuff to decide who lived and died in the major conflicts. Okay, back in a few minutes. That picture of Nip and Tuck would probably get, that picture of Tuck and Thelma would probably get some social justice wanker screaming about sexual harassment or something. I've done so many things that should have had the social activists just screaming and clawing at my front door, I feel sort of neglected. I suppose I have a very provocative personality. Inclination for provocation. I don't think they gave me my marinara. My little marinade thingy for my cheese sticks. I've got pickles. Peppers. He either left them in the car or he forgot to get them. Well, plain cheese sticks it is. I don't know. I say that a lot because I don't know what to say next. Well, lately I've been hearing a little voice in my head saying, but what's the point? Too much. I hear that in the back of my head too much these days, and it bothers me. It bothers me. Maybe it's just, I could blame it on all sorts of things. I could blame it on the weather. I could blame it on the seasons. I could blame it on vitamins. Though I will note that when I was chug-a-lugging those Monster with those big doses of B vitamins, I did seem to do better for a while. Of course, that could have been just the caffeine and taurine and everything else just revving my motor. So, come on, you got 3 of you out there. Well, I'm assuming that one of those numbers is me looking on my own channel. But, do you have anything you'd like to talk about? And if anybody is out there is just watching and lurking, we know where you are. Just kidding. Just come on, just join in the channel, join in the chat room, and say hey. Say hey. And, air your opinions. And then we will laugh and point at you. And stare luridly. Carlson Tucker incidents. I don't know what you're referring to specifically. Let me... What Carlson Tucker incidents? Let's see. Come on, computer. Giddy up. Computer's trying to do the bog down again. Oh, come on, computer. What are you doing? Oh. mob at his front door, nobody doing anything about it. Yeah. I heard something about that. I forget who Carlson Tucker is and why it is that the social justice warriors are rampaging at his front door. Let me look it up. Tucker Carlson. It's time to get out there and start pimp slapping people, I swear. They're coming out with a sequel to The Secret Life of Pets. That transition just tells you everything you need to know about the fundamental interests of everybody here in this channel. We go from talking about a serious, Carlson Tucker incident, people rioting, trying to, I don't know what they're trying to do, punish him for his unacceptable non-groupthink, and we're in the middle of that discussion. Boom, sequel to the Secret Life of Pets. I saw that on Netflix. I don't know. It was okay. Nothing I would have done handsprings over. A lot of these B quality movies coming out, CGI movies. Very little to recommend them. Two different Bigfoot themed cartoon movies. They can't quite seem to figure this out, can they? There is no bandwagon. There is no secret, easy formula to success. Even if you had the secret recipe for Colonel Sanders' extra, spicy chicken, you would not be able to compete with him. Okay, that's what I'm saying here. What people go to the movies for is for originality, and you can't imitate originality by definition. Now, bigger, badder, better companies have already been trying to hop on the Pixar bandwagon and not doing so hot. Remember Shark Tale? Remember Robots? Remember, just about anything from that company. Even their best stuff was second rate. Madagascar and all its sequels. That's the exception to the rule. But what did they do? They immediately turned it into a franchise, which they, what a franchise is? McDonald's is a franchise where they crank out the same burger 1,000 times every day. That's the problem with franchises. You can't cheat your way to originality. I've made the same mistakes myself. I mean, I've taken ideas, I've seen other ideas, and I've cribbed notes from. But there is a little bit of truth to the old saying that one source is plagiarism, 100 sources is research. But only a little bit of truth. Do you really want to be the guy that's the cheap knockoff of somebody else who is better? Is that what you want your legacy to be? I'm sure there are a lot of people working for these direct-to-video companies that couldn't care less. They're like, as long as I get my paycheck, whatever. But nobody. There's something to remember. Every time they make an excuse, oh well, they're just in it for the money. Whenever they use that argument or excuse or justification, it's not true. No. You do not get into a creative field just for the money. You want proof? You look at the people in Hollywood who are literally burning money by the bushel bag full, on politically charged, highly unpopular failures. The money will lead them around by the nose to a certain extent, but not infinitely. And it's not the first or final motivation. The money isn't why people get into movies. People forget that the rich and famous includes and famous. That's what people want when they get into that stuff. They want, they want to make movies. They want to create art. They want to make a statement. They want to promote their cause, whatever it may be, or their beliefs, whatever they are. Oh dear, I got a little problem here. I got a runaway root beer float, well, ice cream float. Yeah, what I do is I get a soda, get a cup of ice cream in my order, and then I can make a float. Unfortunately, I'm having some sort of volcanic reaction here. It's spilling all over the place. Gonna fart like a grizzly bear in a wind tunnel. All that foam. I've learned one of the negative consequences of drinking the foamy part of ice cream floats. You will fart like the Trump of Doom. I was lying there in bed one night after having a hamburger and a root beer float, and I feel a little little gut rumble, and next thing Dogs out in the street howling. Arr! I felt my waist size go down 3 sizes. It's like, holy crap, what the heck was that? And I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that Netflix, yeah, I know about Netflix coming up with its own original shows. Good idea in the abstract. Bad execution. They're coming out with somebody just, the stuff they're coming out with is just awful. It's either badly made or just bad, you know, and I'm not talking production qualities here. I'm talking about the theme, the plot, the characters, the script, vulgar, offensive, foul. Like the cartoon that came out with Big Mouth, which is basically where they take the audience on a lurid ogling trip, staring luridly at the various aspects of kids going through puberty. Just a little vomit up in the mouth kind of thing there. Precisely. You think these people who are making comics where they turn Thor into a woman are doing it because they like the money? They're doing it for the praise of their peers. And they're getting upset because they're not getting the praise of the audience. And they just can't understand why all their friends at the Toucan Heron commune loved it. I trace it back to before the social justice stuff. I trace it back, say what you will, it may be my bias, but I think it goes back to when Joe Quesada took over Marvel Comics and forced them to retcon Mary Jane and Peter Parker's marriage out of existence. And why do I say, what is the connection with that? What is the connection with the social justice movement? This was where they first decided that they were too big to fail. This is where they decided that the opinions of the fans no longer mattered. This is the point where Joe Quesada and those like him, they basically decided to to hell with the fandom, to hell with the loyal fans that have been following, and to hell with the 25 years of continuity, to hell with the fandom. I have my artistic vision. And they were going to exercise that artistic vision come hell or high water. And they were convinced that they were going to make the fans choke on it. They were going to cram it down the fans' throats until they finally accepted it. This is why I wrote in my Facebook, I wrote a thank you note recently to Stan Lee. Stan Lee managed to retain creative control of the newspaper Spider-Man comic, the Spider-Man comic that appears in the Sunday papers. It's a tiny little thing, but it's next to nothing, which is why they let him keep it. But he decreed that screw the screw Joe Quesada, screw the changes. Peter Parker and Mary Jane are still together in that. They're still happily married in the newspaper comic. And I wrote him I wrote him an open letter, stuck it in my Facebook, and said, "Thank you, because you are the only person in the industry. You seem to be like the only person in the industry that gave a tinker's damn about what the fans wanted. In a time where every time we turn around, they try and kick us in the nuts." They got rid of Mary Jane because Joe Quesada took over, and Joe Quesada was a die-hard fan of Gwen Stacy, Peter Parker's first girlfriend, who died something like 30 years ago. And he hated Mary Jane. And he kept trying to come up with ways to get rid of her in the storyline. And finally, he just decreed that Peter Parker was going to sell, that Peter Parker was, they'd better retcon it or else. And so they came out with a story where Peter Parker, in order to save his Aunt May from dying, sold his marriage and the true love and everything that came with it to Mephisto, who's basically the devil in the comics. And every fan on the planet was, what? The guys that wrote it obviously thought it was the stupidest thing ever. They hated doing it. And it showed in every line they wrote and drew. But it stuck. And Joe Quesada refused to back down. And he basically insulted anyone who was a fan who wanted Mary Jane back. To their face. multiple times. Now, supposedly he's not in charge anymore, but nobody's exactly getting up off the stump to undo the mess he created. Because that guy literally undid 25 years of continuity with his Gwen Stacy fetish. And in spite of all the complaints, and in spite of everything, in spite of the loss in sales, they kept it. And they stuck with it. And now they figure that they can jerk the fandom around any way they like. They can utterly trash legacy characters. I mean, these most of the characters in Marvel Comics, they date back 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. Some of these are living legacies of men that passed on who created the characters, and they're crapping all over them to please a bunch of whiny, angry estrogen rangers who don't read the comics themselves anyway. Pardon my chewing. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how long I had this thing off. I don't know what I was. I don't know. Let's see here. Look, look. What I was saying earlier. What's his name? I have to agree with Lars Limbaugh. The main purpose. The main purpose of feminism was to give unattractive women access to the mainstream. And I don't just mean, physically unattractive. Physically undesirable. I'm talking women that were undesirable because of their attitude, because of their personality, because of their how poor they were at taking care of themselves and of taking care of others. They were undesirable. Nobody wanted these women for and they were bitter about it and angry about it. And they thought that they should have as many, boys hanging off them as the cheerleader with the big bazongas. And they thought that they thought life was unfair, and they were going to life is a bitch, and now they were going to be one too. Suffrage was the movement made for women to get the vote and to get equal pay for their labor. The suffrage movement faded away years ago after they achieved their goals. It's kind of pointless to march votes for women when you're already getting the vote. The subsequent feminist movement sprang out of women who were determined to find fault whether or not there was any, and leverage that into political power. A contented woman is the death of the feminist movement. This is as loud as it gets. Can you hear me? Now can you hear me? I get tired of talking about feminism. I wish there was, I wish so much of our culture wasn't wrapped up in trying to deal with these women. That's what it is. That's what it is today. You got, and the reason there's feminism pops up in so many places because they're running in trying to make everything about themselves. You talk about the border issues. And the feminists are right there trying to make it, trying to find a way to make it a women's issue. You talk about the issue with terrorism, and they'll try and make it an issue about them, and on and on and on. Seriously. The reason we have so much trouble debating these people is because, look, the problem we have debating these people is that, leftists, feminists, the gender rangers and all their associations, and the neo-Marxists and all the, and the brave heroes of Antifa and all their nonsense. Why we have so much trouble debating them is because honesty requires us to admit that yes, women do have problems in our society, and they did have serious problems in the past. Yes, black people did have serious problems in the past in our society, and and are having problems now. But the other side doesn't feel so obligated. You try and talk about racism against white people or sexism against men, and they draw back like you were talking about Bigfoot. They feel no obligation to acknowledge that the opposition actually has problems, that those problems are legitimate and that they need to be fixed. Oh, Lord. Ugh. Spilled it all down my front there. Oh, dear. It got on my... I wish it would stop interrupting the video. Woo! Just what you want. What you want in the middle of a nice cold winter night. A freezing cold root beer float down the chest. Woo! Hope it doesn't get into the wiring of my headphones here. Can you hear me now? Ha ha ha! Come on, speak up, talk to me, type something, say something. Positives, negatives, shoe flowing. Why do they? You ever wonder why they think government is a great solution to all problems? I think on a personal level. When things are running well, when society is fairly conservative, the government generally minds its own darn business. And the government is, generally speaking, a distant influence. It's not there every day of your life. It's not in your face. And so if you grow up in that society, discontent, you will come to regard the idea of the government, the distant, non-obtrusive government taking over for the up-in-your-face, patriarchy, quote-unquote, to be a brilliant idea. Yeah, there is a kid on the planet who wouldn't rather, get money from a relative 1,000 miles away than have to walk. They'd rather write a letter to a relative 1,000 miles away and ask for money than to walk into the living room and ask their father for it. If you follow what I'm saying, you get these people that get socially active, and for the most part, even now, even as overweening as our government gets. The government is this distant, it's the perfect father figure as far as they're concerned. Distant, uninvolved, enigmatic, and doesn't pay too much attention while it sends you the money. Oh yes, they've been raised and educated by it. So so they're inclined to think it's good at everything it does because they've never seen the options or the alternatives. But still, it comes down to not wanting. They don't. These feminists, they don't want a husband. They want a sugar daddy. They don't want a husband who is going to be part of their life, going to be head of their household, going to have opinions and make decisions and not do things the way they like it. They want this, they want what's, they see this nice, quiet, distant, minding its own business government and say, great, you can be my new sugar daddy. And they don't realize that by putting the government in charge, they're going to end up with a bigger anchor around their neck than they ever had before. Ball and chain, nothing. It's like that woman I told you about, deacon of one of my father's churches. The deacon is his wife. Just a wicked woman. A wicked woman. She managed to pass herself off as a devout, faithful, wonderful little church wife. She's just as wicked, wicked-hearted as she could be. She turned her children against him. She turned against him. She turned her children against him. She applied for divorce. And what she was doing is she had a boyfriend, quote unquote, down the road. And her boyfriend was, well, by the standards of that community, fairly wealthy. Impressively wealthy. Enough to impress her. And she thought she was going to live high on the hog. And she, what she didn't know is that the husband she had been bending over backwards to get her everything she wanted. This new guy she ended up with, turns out the reason he's so wealthy is because he's a skinflint. A penny pinching skinflint. And reap what you sow. But that's the basic picture. These social activists get convinced that they get convinced they can turn the government into a substitute parent. A substitute parent who they are sure won't demand too much of them. And the next thing you know, they're wearing a collar and leash and muzzle and being dragged along the ground behind the government on a chain. I don't know what's happened to her since then. My father hasn't been, that was, goodness, close to a decade ago. The poor man that was her husband died. There's a crying, just that he went through so much because of that awful woman. And her children went through so much because of her. And I don't know what happened to her, and frankly, may God be between me and thee, you know what I'm saying? Just, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about her. Someday, if she ever wakes up, she's going to look around and realize that she threw everything away. So that she could run off and live in sin. with a man who wasn't even going to treat her right in the first place. Got too many people in this world who mistake compassion and long-suffering for weakness. Ow. My hand just cramped up. Dang. Ow. You ever get a hand? Ow. You ever get a hand cramp for no reason? Ow. Literally trying to... The muscles in my hand were trying to bend my fingers backwards. Ow. Don't know what that... Need more vitamins or something. I don't know. Sodium. I don't know. Whew. That little trick with weaving bacon like a basket, it works okay. I've tried it, but it's a pain in the butt to do. Oh my. Oh my. I drew that picture of the cat girl growing wings. I thought it was so original. Then I come to find out that there's entire fan fictions about about people spontaneously growing wings. Originality is dead. That picture is over 17 years old. It was drawn before I ever started making the Tales of the Questor comic. I'm sitting here letting hot air blow up the sleeve of my bathrobe, trying to keep the chill off. Excuse me. Bit of the sniffles. I'm straining myself, trying to get my brain functioning. Now, I was disappointed. I was kind of surprised and disappointed. I found out that most of the astronomy photography you see, all those beautiful posters, they're false color images. I did not know that, and I find myself disgruntled by that. I'm like, oh, fine, lead me on. Now, tease me with your photogenic posters of colorful star systems that don't really exist. It says something. You've reached a certain age when, you look at these choose your own adventure posts, and they give you all these options for superpowers, and the first thing you look for is a physically fit body. The first option is, will I be physically fit if I pick this one? Well, how about this one? Will my hair grow back if I choose this one? But, I realized something kind of better. There was one. It was it had a selection of masks that you could pick, and if whichever one you wore would give you it would transfer its power to you. And I looked at several of them, and I just assumed that these genie wish choose your own adventures. You assume. I just basically assume for my own peace of mind that you're going to walk out with a physically fit body as a default. Well, anyway, they had. I realized I learned something about myself. They showed several different masks that give you different powers and different abilities and talents and such. And there was one mask that made you able to. Able to be either in it gave you the power to be either invisible or intangible, and it also gave you the power to float, to levitate, but you couldn't be invisible and intangible at the same time if you got this power. And my first thought was, I am, I'm not sure how appalled I should be to admit this. That if I got that mask, I thought I would become a thief. If I was given a physically fit body, and this new body had that power, I would probably become a thief. Because my first thought was, how could I use this to make money or to get what I need? Be truthful. Now, first of all, consider this. The power of invisibility has very the power of invisibility has a very narrow focus of use. And the purpose of invisibility is to grant you the power to sneak past other people. That's not something you do when you're out and about on honest or trustworthy work. And discovering that you could walk through walls, I think it almost became inevitable to wonder how easy it would be to walk through the walls of a bank vault. And it is disturbing. There are times when you are really down, when you're really depressed or desperate, and you're sitting here and you're thinking, a stack of papers, a piece of paper, no bigger than a bookmark. 50 of those bundles, just a stack, depending on what was wrong. Could bail you out, could bail me out of this problem. I once sat down. I had my debts in front of me, and I calculated them out. When I was in debt, I sat down and calculated it out, and just out of curiosity, I figured it up. And at the time, I wanted to see what I wanted to figure out what my debts were by the gold standard. And I calculated it out, and I realized that my debts, that a piece of metal, a piece of gold, a piece of metal, no bigger than a candy bar, would have paid off all my debts and loans at the time. That's and you realize that this isn't something on, and realizing that it's a stack of bills wrapped up in a little wrapper, a stack of hundreds, just paper, no thicker and wider than the palm of your hand, enough to put you in the black for the rest of the year. And you realize that there are people out there, corporations, companies, banks and bankers and politicians who are stealing money on such an epic scale that your entire life would disappear into their lunch budget. And it's a really unsettling realization that if temptation was put in front of you, you might cave. Now, I wouldn't go out and rob a store or anything like that. I like to think that I have at least a little bit of, enough morality and empathy that I would not want to hurt individuals. But sticking the screws to a bank, I'm not so sure I would not. I'm not so sure I wouldn't be able to hold. I'm not so sure I'd be able to hold off rationalizing, just walking in. Oh, I'll just walk in, and I can, just, a few pocketfuls of hundreds, when nobody's there, and they'd never miss it, and they really wouldn't. The margin of error, I believe the margin of error permitted on a register for a bank teller is something like $50. Multiply that by the number of tellers in a bank and the number of days of work in a year. Think about it. A person making minimum wage makes about $50 an hour, $50 a day. Well, maybe I'm thinking it wrong here. The current wage is $7.50 an hour. 8 times 7, 56. About $60 a day. Your daily salary is the margin of error for a banker's checkout window. And then you start reading about you start reading about things like the fiat currency and fractional reserve and the crooked, corrupt practices from the international level on down to the local banks. And it would be so very easy if you were given the power to do so, to rationalize just sneaking in and walking out with a couple of bags with big dollar bills printed on the side. I find that a disappointing thing about myself. Even as disappointing as it is to think about myself, to realize that I would fold to temptation like wet toast. It's a major disappointment in myself, but it's also very fascinating to contemplate, shall we say. There's a book I read once. There's a book called Jumper. There was a sequel to it. I believe there's an entire series, actually, a trilogy or something. But the first book is called Jumper. It's entirely about one young man who discovers completely by accident that he has the power to teleport. He discovers it. He runs away from home, and he falls into a bad crowd who. He gets he hitchhikes and gets picked up by a nasty customer who let's just say proceeds to traumatize him in an astounding fashion. And the next thing he knows, he just as the guy is about to do something absolutely horrible, he escapes. He blinks and suddenly he's all the way back in the hometown he left, in the local library where he used to hide out as a child. And it takes him a while to figure out what just happened, but then each time he does it, it gets a little easier. He can teleport. Anything he can pick up and carry, he can teleport with too. He was running away from an abusive home, and so he and he had gotten thousands of miles away, and now, surprise, he's back home in one step. So he starts running again, and he gets all the way to New York. And the first thing he does, he's homeless. So the first thing he does is he robs a bank. And that was a kind of a shocker read for me. I was still fairly young, and I'm like, whoa, he's just gotten superpowers, and he decided to be a villain. But as it went on, as time went by, even though he stole like $500,000 from an open vault, and he stuffed it all in the wall of the walk-up apartment he was renting. And and most of the story, he lived for most of the early story. He lived entirely off of that. And but as I read through it, as I've gone along, I sort of see his circumstances. I understand. Still knowing that stealing it was wrong, but he was, to put it mildly, up against it. Homeless, no family, abusive family rather, and abusive home, no money, no place to say, nobody he could turn to. And he's just discovered he has a superpower that would probably end up with him being dissected like a frog in a government laboratory. So he decides he's not going to jerk around. He's not going to try playing Clark Kent or Peter Parker. He goes out. He walks in. He realizes it would be so easy. It would be so easy, just as easily as walking in and picking it up and walking out. And that's what he does. Well, he teleports in the middle of the night, loads up a bag, loads up his pockets, and then splits. It would be, it would be so easy. So easy. The first step would be, having some kind of power like that. Well, any kind of paranormal power. Just to make it an easy proposition rather than just a tempting one. But then would come, your own circumstances. If you're in dire enough straits, anything starts looking like a good idea. Now, throw in the idea that you might start looking for people who deserve to be robbed. Who are thieves or criminals themselves. Or who you regard as being thieves and criminals. It would be very, very short and easy march towards becoming a criminal. Just a spooky thought, just a unsettling feeling. Now, if you were given the right set of powers, you would have a way. If you were given the right set of powers, you would have a way to make money for yourself. That could be honest, and not involve that kind of thing. But, for instance, there's one superhero fan fiction. It's the protagonist is it's a self-insert story. He ends up in the Justice League universe with the with the Young Justice, and when he wakes up, he discovers that he's got an orange lantern ring. All the it's an orange lantern. It's like a Green Lantern ring, except instead of running on willpower, it's motivated by desire, by greed, by acquisitiveness. And he decides to take what you might call an enlightened view of it, in that he tries to maintain a mental control over his hierarchy of needs. You know, and he realizes that it's not wrong to want or need things. You know, as long as he maintains a balance, he's able to use the ring in a positive and constructive way. Well, the first thing he does, in order for him, you know, he realizes that he's he's basically arrived on an alien planet, even though it looks like Earth, even though it's Earth. It's, you know, he's in a completely separate universe. So he goes out and he realizes that he needs to have an operating budget. So he goes out to the asteroid. He uses the ring to go out to the asteroid belt, finds an asteroid with gold in it, mines the gold, and comes back to Earth and uses that as his starting bankroll. Now, there was another fan fiction writer who she did it entirely different. Her character has a different ring color, a teal ring, and she said that it is a teal ring, and it is powered by joy. She went for a much more upbeat story idea. And so she goes out into space. She realizes she needs an operating budget. So she goes out into space, and she finds a couple of asteroids, and she mines them for tin and copper. And she brings the copper back to Earth and takes it to a recycling center. And I realize, oh, that's genius. That's genius. Because, think about it. Now, you bring a huge, gigantic chunk, you bring a huge pile of gold to Earth and try and cache it anywhere. You know, that's going to raise flags all over the place, right? And people are going to freak that this person with a magic power ring is going to dump gold on the market and destroy the market or anything else. But you bring copper. Copper is, it's a fairly valuable metal. And you got recycling plants all over the place that accept it. You won't get nearly the same amount of money, obviously, but you can get it easier and without causing any sort of economic panic. Excuse me. So one of the first things I look at these choose your own adventure posts, and the first thing I look for is, how will this affect me physically? How will these powers affect me physically? Will I have to pick a particular one that gives me a physically healthy body before I continue, And my second thing I look at is, how can I leverage this power so that I can support myself? Because some of the powers they list, they sound real cute. Talks to animals. Yeah, great. Does that mean I can control them? No. Are they going to have anything really intelligent to say? Probably not. So, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I was just waiting for one of you all to say something. Now, let's assume, okay, let's try. Okay, let's assume that before we proceed, that whatever you pick next, you start out with a physically healthy body. Physical prime, no illnesses or injuries or handicaps or anything like that. That you're healthy. Now, given that, what superpowers would you want, and why? Tell me. Now, you know the story here. The Warcrafter. The reason that Bayleaf picked the power set he did is because he had limited choices. You know, pardon. If he had been given infinite selections, he might have picked entirely different. Oh, what the heck is this music? So let's this. What powers? What superpowers would you pick? So basically, you'd want to be an inventor like Tony Stark. Now remember, we're not talking. We're not just limiting to the Wormverse. We're just saying. And I mean, frankly, even if you limit it to Wormverse, they got some really bizarro powers in that scenario. So you know, it's tricky. All right. This does not look right for some reason. I keep thinking it looks more like a poodle. Some days the drawing just hops out of the pen. The other days you can't get the son of a gun to do nothing. Now, when it comes to these sort of wishing games, I find that I do a lot better if there's some sort of limit, if somebody else gives me a list to choose from. But, and there goes my hand cramps again. Let's see here. Well, you can't decide. Just pick a particular superhero and go with their powers. No hang-ups, no obligations, no, you don't end up, like if you get their powers, you don't end up with their supervillains or belonging to the Guardians of the Galaxy or anything like that. You just have their powers, no particular reason. I mean, like if you get Spider-Man's powers, you don't end up suddenly having to live with your Aunt May. Nothing like that. Ben, Let's power ain't too bad. Whose power? Who the hell is Let? Come on. Back up and explain. I'm going to be picking at this all night. It just doesn't want to work for some reason. I'm serious. My hand just cramped up like I tried to run the Boston Marathon on it. Ow. The heck is that? Jeez, that hurt. Let's try this. I don't know what it is. It's just not working right. This is getting aggravating. I have never gone dancing. My parents forbade dancing. Any kind. Not even square dancing. You know what I'm saying? just does not want to cooperate. If you don't mind, I'm going to be posting a copy of this on the front page when it's finished. Oh, come on. What? There we go. We are Siamese, if you please. We are Siamese, if you don't please. It was get a new domicile, thinking that we stay for maybe quite a while. Throw the girlies first. That's the only thing they care about. Throwing the pretty girlies. Wonder how many people tuned in at just that moment. Boobies! There ain't no nipple, but there's boobies! Only took half a dozen tries. I love the fact that I can put in these great big huge long file names on these things. Let's see. That thing has seven syllables. The name of this image file has 7 syllables on it. I'm old enough to remember a time where they restricted the length of a file name in order to save memory. That was how sparse it was. Did Lily ever overcome her fear of guns? Presumably yes. I never had a strip or an episode where she went out and fired the thing. I had one crossover with Schlock Mercenary. It turned out to be a dream. It ended as a dream sequence. So she got kidnapped by aliens, got really honked off about it, and proceeded to rip through their ship with. She managed to get her hands on a couple of rather large guns and proceeded to rip her way through the aft of their ship. My. Ben Shakar, you said let's power ain't too bad. What the heck does that mean? Reality warping. I'm gonna have to veto the reality warping thing. That's 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 just basically saying I want to be God and not go into details. Leet's power ain't too bad. The ability to build any one thing. Yeah, I'd say it was, if you had Leet's power without the drawbacks, particularly the fact that his power hated him and was trying to kill him, and the fact that his power tended to make anything he built malfunction after a certain amount of time, violently and explosively. So chuck those out the window. He can build any one thing. He can build one of anything. He can invent just about anything, and leave out the "my power wants to kill me" part. Yeah, it would be a pretty good power. Except for the one downtrend. All Tinkers have the same drawback. Resources. This is why they keep getting swept up either by the gangs or by the PRT and Worm, because if no matter what they have to build, they have to find the resources to build it. They have to find the materials, and this is a serious bottleneck for anything that they have designed. So yeah, it's a great power, but it's got a pretty solid limitation on it. I think my first invention in that case would be a device for extracting a device for locating and extracting gold. You can have all, and I don't just mean like a metal detector. I mean it's like something you could have it and would find a deposit of gold a mile down, and you push the trigger and it sucks it up through the ground. That's what I'm talking about. Something along those lines. Because your first need is going to be financing, so you might as well come up with a way to finance everything. That might as well be your first invention. Or better yet, like I said earlier, gold would draw too much attention. Make a device that can locate and extract less expensive, less priceless, less expensive but still valuable minerals, like a less expensive way to extract aluminum would be worth its weight in gold, if you'll pardon the pun. The reason that aluminum is so valuable to recycle is because it's so expensive to extract from the ore. Aluminum is one of the most plentiful elements in the earth, but extracting it from the ore is incredible. Is a rather expensive and toxic process. So if you could invent a device, even if you could never build it again, even if nobody could duplicate it, you'd still be in the pink. You'd have it if you had a device that could extract aluminum from any target, or set it so, or make it so it could extract aluminum or copper or whatever metal or mineral you were after. That would also be useful in making your other inventions. For instance, if you needed a certain rare isotope, you could just go around vacuuming it up out of the ground until you had enough. Everybody sort of looks down on Spider-Man. When Spider-Man got his powers, the first thing he did was to try and make himself rich and famous. And everybody thinks, he got rich and famous, and then he became a jerk who wouldn't help out when some guy robbed the place. This was, that was why his uncle's death was supposed to be so karmic. No. Think about it. Even web shooters cost money. So do costumes. And even superheroes need to eat. That's why his backstory of belonging to a poor, less, well, not poor, but financially struggling family was so important, because it was his motivation for trying to make money at what he was doing. In fact, in a couple of early issues of his comic, when he was first starting out as a hero, even after the thing with his uncle, he was still trying to make money off it, still trying to earn an honest dollar. He tried to sell his web fluid formula. Unfortunately, he dealt with a couple of lab rats rather than marketers, because the lab rats looked at this miracle glue and said, "What? It wears out after 2 hours? That's useless." And so he's like, "Oh, phew," and he went on his way. Disappointed. The money he made from wrestling, actually, in the comics, the reason he didn't have a big, huge wad of money from his wrestling performance is because the banks refused to give him an account. Because in order for him to open an account to cash his check, he had to unmask. It's kind of sad. It's actually, it was kind of a little tragedy on the side. Is that a few years later, a few years ago, they did a story where his agent, the agent he had back when he was still Spider-Man the wrestler, tracked him down. figured out his identity, tracked him down, and the reason the guy tracked him down, Peter Parker was, freaking out. He was thinking, he's going to blackmail me, he's going to sue me, he's going to do all these, terrible things, and the guy's like, I am so glad I finally tracked you. I finally figured out a way for you to make money at this, to make a living off of this. We're going to be rich, and I figured out a way. I even figured out a way around that whole bank problem. If you work with me, you'll be set. We'll be set. And just as he's starting to explain, a supervillain showed up, and he was killed in the collateral, and it showed. Peter Parker, mourning him later. He says the one guy in all the time he was doing that who had been looking out for him. And I read that, I was like, oh, It's a running joke that Peter Parker is always trying to find. There was one episode where there was one issue where he and Captain America tracked down the Red Skull, and the Red Skull. Very practical man. He did something that no other villain ever tried with Peter Parker. He said he just pulled out a briefcase. He had one of his men pull out a briefcase, open it up, and it was full of $100 bills. He said, "Can we talk?" And you see Parker. You see Spider-Man thinking about it. He's just the agony he goes through. Just gritting his teeth and saying no. Because his aunt was in the hospital again, and the bills were coming due again, and everything else. I don't know where people get the notion that a superhero would have to be, completely pro bono in order to be legitimate. Some of the more realistic writers, they have the heroes living off of merchandising and things like that. Doggone it. Not everybody is Bruce Wayne. Not everybody is Tony Stark. Not everybody's Peter Parker. I mean, not everybody's Clark Kent. And let's be honest, Superman would not have to worry about money or anything. If he decided to just go, for instance, off the grid. Even without his great big huge freaking fortress of solitude, you're talking about a guy who can squeeze diamonds out of coal with his bare fists. Who could mine through the earth for gold and precious minerals, who could build whatever he needed to, whatever sort of home he needed with his bare hands. who could hunt any animal he wanted with his who could sweep the ocean for all the fish he ever wanted to eat and pick ripe fruit right out of the Amazon for breakfast. And Superman doesn't really need money. The real reason he became a reporter was because he believed that was because back then reporters were were the first ones on the site on the spot with the news whenever something was going down. It's a different world today. It makes you wonder what kind of career they would have picked. The original writers would have picked for Superman if they'd invented him today. Peter Parker was closer to a more modern outlook because he was a paparazzi, basically. And in more modern times, the guy with a camera is there a lot sooner than the guy with a typewriter. Nowadays, who's the on the spot guy for events when they happen? A blogger, perhaps? Who would? What kind of career would a modern day new Superman pick? I don't think he'd pick news reporter. Or he might pick, if he was poorly informed, he might pick news reporter first, and then he'd realize that the news reporters weren't the on-the-spot people like he thought they were. Now, still, being a reporter would still have certain advantages for somebody who is superheroing. Press passes. For instance. And if you were in a large enough paper, you'd get all sorts of passports and airline tickets and, ways to rationalize where, you being all over the place. He might go for an independent web journalist, I'm thinking. A blogger, really. In modern times, I'm thinking. This is just me thinking about it. Don't know how many of you've seen the movie Chronicle. It was a found footage movie made couple of years ago. The story is about it's done through all found footage, like I said, and most of the footage comes from the protagonist. The story is that three young men, they find well, an alien asteroid crystal that gives them incredible superhuman powers, psychic powers, telekinesis, flight, and more. And two of them, one of them thinks it's a hoot. One of them is sort of passive about it, but he thinks it's a great thing, but he's still, sort of cautious about it. But the third one is the main character, and basically he is what you would call a troubled kid. His parents, his father, his mother is seriously ill and hospitalized. His father is an abusive drunk who beats him regularly. And at school, the kid's an outcast who gets picked on and beaten up all the time, even though his best friend, even though his two best friends, supposedly back up, they're never there when he needs them. And basically, the movie is him chronicling his own descent into villainy. The three of them go from just messing around with these powers, pulling little pranks with them, to suddenly, to things starting to get more and more serious, and the center one is one of them is one of them dies, leaving behind these two friends, the troubled kid and his golden boy friend, and well, basically, it could be something like this: is I saw a comic strip that satirized the plot. It showed the kid finally, it showed the bullied kid finally snapping and just going on a psychic rampage. And his friend standing there, I don't understand why my chronically bullied and tormented friend suddenly snapped. Well, at the end of the movie, eventually the friend is given no choice. His the troubled kid, who is his cousin, he said, the troubled kid is just about to kill a bunch of cops that have surrounded him, and the kid realizes he has no choice. He uses his own powers to kill the kid, to kill the troubled kid, to stop his rampage, because he was literally tearing the city apart. And at the end of the movie, it shows the last bit of footage is the last surviving member of the trio. He's traveling the mountains. He's taking footage of himself traveling the mountains of Tibet. He's saying, I haven't figured everything out yet, but I'll get there. I enjoyed it. It was a sad ending, bittersweet ending, but let's just say it was I wouldn't. I think it's not so much thought provoking as emotion provoking. You know what I mean? We're so terrified of the idea of adolescents getting power. We're so terrified of the idea of individuals gaining power, but is it really individuals gaining power that's the danger? Is that really the threat? I mean, think about it. Teenagers becoming empowered, we call that growing up. Makes you wonder if we're not, if we're scared of teenagers. We're scared of what they'll do, and maybe with good reason. What happens if instead of going off on a tear like we think they will, they instead turn around and hold our generation accountable for our sins? Maybe that's what we're really afraid of. And I hate to break it, but yeah, we do have quite a few things to give account for, as do our parents. Well, you just take into account. I think the boomer generation has the biggest karmic debt, for lack of a better word, out of the past 2 or 3 generations. But our generations didn't exactly avoid building on the past. The rise of the welfare state, the destruction of our economy, and I hate to break it to you, but the day that Nixon's the day that Richard Nixon declared that we were going on fiat currency, that click you heard was him setting the time bomb. Fiat currencies die, and they take nations with them. Nobody who gets involved with it wants to believe that. That's what happened every single time throughout history. I'll do a summary for you. What fiat currency is the bankers and the politicians saying, I want to spend more money than I have. Let me. And we let them. And the nation bleeds. And it's inescapable. The result is inevitable as jumping off a cliff. There's no way to cheat it. There's no way to game it. The fate of our country was sealed the day we went on fiat currency. Because you can't steal forever. You eventually pay the cost. You can hide it, you can lie about it, you can pretend that it's not as bad as it is, but it is. You can even delay the outcome, but the outcome is still inevitable. 700 nations, 700 different fiat currencies researched. Every last one of them. Average lifespan, about 6 months. The American dollar and the British pound, of course, are the rare exceptions that are throwing the curve, because the British pound has managed to last 300 years, while the American dollar has managed to last 100. And in both of those circumstances, they did it the same way, by selling their debt abroad, or in other words, by writing rubber checks and handing them out to third world countries that still think that the pound and the dollar are actual money. Think about that. Your parents' generation, my parents' generation, and the previous two generations basically sold us all up the river, just so they could just so they could spend a little bit more money that they didn't have. And they're all running around, oh, what are you going to do for our Social Security? Why aren't you doing anything to protect our Social Security? Because we aren't going to have any money for Social Security. You spent it all. Try and explain to these people that a pyramid scheme only goes along so long. Social Security, it was a pyramid scheme. It relied on the it relied on the idea that there would forevermore be still more people joining it relied on the idea that there would always be more people paying into the Social Security system than there were taking out of it. And can you say the end of the baby boom with us? I thought you could. You can only go so long. We are living on borrowed time. Already we're starting to feel the results of hyperinflation. The price of a house, the price of a car, commodities that aren't easily shucked and jive across the seas. The price on those items is just constantly skyrocketing in vast disproportion to all the other commodities in our markets. Okay. Okay, Ben, I'm gonna save coloring this for next show. Actually, I think. Then I gotta add some sort of disco dance background. I have no idea what a dance floor looks like today. I've never been on one. I don't even know what a disco floor looks like back in the 70s. Boogie fever, yeah. Boogie fever. Emphysema. Bitcoin. Look. Let's start from basics, okay? A civilization arises, a community, a society, a group of people all in one particular area, a bunch of tribes in one particular area that want to trade with each other. They begin trading. They trade fish and fowl and animal skins and beaver pelts and chicken feathers and all sorts of different commodities. Okay? They trade these commodities back and forth until eventually one commodity rises to the top that is basically so popular that you can trade that commodity for just about anything. In some societies, it's been things like blocks of pressed tea leaves. In others, it's been giant stone wheels. But those basically commodity currency is basically just the commodity that rose to the top. And in most civilizations, in most long-lasting civilizations, gold became that commodity. It's not particularly a useful commodity, but it's a very durable commodity. It's easily fungible. That means you can easily break it up into change. You can melt it down and make little smaller coins out of it. And it has a very stable amount. A very stable amount in the system. There's only so much of it. Even if you have a crazy huge gold strike, it only impacts the price of gold locally first and to a small degree everywhere else. And it eventually evens out rather quickly, in fact. This is why commodities like, say, cotton are such a bad idea, because one year you have huge crops of cotton, the next year you have no crops of cotton. This is why edible commodities like tea are a bad idea, because you really don't want to run your economy on a money commodity that you can consume. The emperor drinks one too many pots of teas and suddenly we have a deficit. But it's always the same. Money is nothing more than the most fungible commodity. Bitcoins are not a commodity. They're an imaginary money. Gold, even gold, for all its supposed usefulness, is a solid, real, genuine, actual substance. One that gangsta rappers can hammer into their teeth and wear around their necks as bling. Bitcoin is just an imaginary commodity. It's the tulip craze of the 21st century. It has already lost half of its value from its peak. And what happened? Ow, excuse me. And it depends entirely upon a high-tech computer industry to remain fungible. Feel free to try and spend some bitcoins without a computer transaction involved. No, Bitcoin, it made a lot of people rich. That it also made a lot of people broke and made a lot of other people just cry into their beer for months on end. But no, it's the tulip. It's another it's another bubble. It's Beanie Babies. It's the .com bubble. It's it's the tulip craze. And so on and so forth. You might actually be able to do commerce with it for a while. You might actually be able to get rich off of it for a while, but it will go all the way of any other imaginary money, just like fiat currency. Trump and France missed a 9:30 p.m. dinner. Maybe he just has gas. Precisely, that's what I'm saying. Bitcoin is, like I said, it's tied to the internet. It's imaginary numbers rolling around in computer chips. There are people who have lost entire fortunes to a refrigerator magnet. Not what you call a stable currency. It was an interesting theory and a horrifying example of a craze run amok, but oh yeah, precisely. Everything is worth only what someone is willing to pay for it. No more, no less. Rule 2 is that you can pretty much estimate what somebody's going to be willing to pay for something if you use some common sense. Take somebody out in the desert. Let them forget their canteen. See how much they'll pay you for a glass of water. I think you can guess which way the price is going to go on it. Nothing has an innate worth, but you can darn well predict that somebody's going, whether somebody's going to find worth and how long they're going to hold it. Over all of human history, again and again, gold and to a lesser degree, precious metals like silver have held their value. You can dig up a lump of gold or a gold coin forged 6,000 years ago, and it will still be valuable. And there will be no point in history you can backtrack where it wasn't valuable somewhere, and extreme and predictably so. Here's something to think about. The value of a human soul. One Messiah. God it's of note that God pretty much proclaimed the human soul, the human life, to be the most priceless thing in the universe by sacrificing his own son to save them. That's your deep thought for the moment. Far out, man. Says something about what God was willing to pay for you. Take care of the commodity you've been given. God thought it was pretty darn precious. Now, oh my butt, oh my gut, oh my butt, oh my gut, oh my face. He didn't give me my chips either. I'm a sad monkey. Maybe they're still in the bag. Oh well. Everybody's been, I noticed that everybody tries to invent a new kind of money. It always ends up being imaginary, like fiat current, as make believe as fiat currency or worse. Yeah, that always bugged me about Full Metal Alchemists. There's no such thing as equal value. Farmer Brown has potatoes. Farmer Fred has apples. Farmer Brown and Farmer Fred are trade a bushel of each. Was it because the potatoes and apples were equal in value? No. In fact, the direct opposite. Farmer Brown Farmer Brown had potatoes, but wanted apples more. Apples were more valuable to him than potatoes. And contrariwise with Farmer Fred. Value is an innate, it's a construct of an intelligent mind, or even it's a construct. It's an artificial construct of any living thing, really, but mostly of intelligent minds. Not to say it isn't real. You ask somebody in a desert how much they want a glass of water. Then ask somebody drowning in the middle of a lake. It's arbitrary, but the value of the water has changed, and quite realistically. Don't try and sell me on the Full Metal Alchemist. It's more about equality of mass. No, no, they weren't talking. You know, anybody who watches those knows they weren't talking about any equality of mass when they were talking about equivalent exchange. They were going for the metaphysical, spiritual crapola. I would have loved to have seen one episode where that gatekeep, you know, where they. I never watched the whole series, but I saw enough of it, and I would have loved to have seen somebody just corner that that gatekeeper and point that fact out. You know, now hold on. The only reason you're able to exchange anything is because you want one thing more than another. How could they possibly be? You know, there's no such thing as equal value. Where are you getting off with this crap? You're jerking people around. Who the heck are you? Well, that picture pretty well turned out well. Like I said, I'm going to save coloring it and putting the background in for the next time. That way we have something to look at. The fact that that something is a smoking hot sexy wolf girl couldn't possibly have anything to do with it, could it? No. I learned something weird. Did you know that the pole that pole dancers dance on is actually on casters? Yeah, ball bearings, it rotates. It's not fixed. I did not know that. Yeah, it spins. I had no idea. I really didn't. That explains how they're able to do so many of the tricks they do. Not that I've been to a strip joint, but I've seen them on videos. You know, people demonstrating pole dance. I'm suddenly picturing a newbie coming up to the pole. She runs up, she jumps on, whoa, 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 whoing, across the room. Can't you just see that? Yeah. Goes from Vicky Vavoom to the Flying Walendas. I wonder which came first. I'm picturing some beer gutted, balding dude running a cruddy strip bar. And he's telling one of the dancers, "Go on, you gotta go up there and do this pole dance. You gotta come on." But Charlie, it changed so much. I've got rug burns on the inside of my thighs. and one of the roller skating waitresses goes back and he has a brainstorm. First couple of nights, the girls are spinning on it like a weather vane. Wang, 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 wang. Real man of genius. Yeah. Real man of genius. I don't like beer. I don't like alcohol. But I love those Real Men of Genius commercials. with that macho voice to say, telling some random guy, congratulations on your contribution. And he says, real man of genius, and it starts singing the buffet, all you can eat buffet inventor. We'd like to congratulate you, Mr. All you can eat buffet inventor. Because as long as the gravy holds out, everything's gonna be okay. Thank God for the gravy! We salute you, Mr. Scared to go into the water. Mr. Scared to go into the water at the beach. And you get into the water. Was that a piece of seaweed that brushed up against your leg, or was it a shark? Whoa. Tell my wife I love her. I'm sorry. It was just that was a terrible imitation. I do not deny it. It was a bad imitation, and I should feel bad. Flip dot de floop dop de fleep flop for doo bop. Okay. Okay. It is 10 o'clock. It is 1 minute after 10. It has been 5 hours and 20 minutes of me shooting my mouth off and coming down off a sugar buzz from that soda I got. Thank you for tuning in. Fire in the hole. Okay, I will probably oh, beg your pardon. Ooh. But I'll probably I can't talk. My lips are no longer working. I will probably be tuning in tomorrow night about, I don't know when. Probably later in the evening. But we'll tune in then. We'll do some more drawing, finish up this picture, maybe get some more commissions, and work on some of the commissions I've already got stacked up, and do some other stuff, and talk about all sorts of mental things. Bring your A game, people. Have some topics. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. You all take care. If you can get out, attend church. Go to church. Meet your fellow Christians. Just spend one day together. At least one morning sermon. You all take care of yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow. Nighty night.